Hello, welcome to this episode 3, and I want to show you what we have managed to do in this episode. So right now, if you just click on view, you'd go to this the project detail page, and of course we went ahead and protected this page. As you can see, you need to be logged in to actually come to this page. So when you reach on this page, all this one, you can even first see the project information. For instance, the project budget, how much has been paid so far, and the timeline, and so many other things like the client details. You're going to see we have the payments plus the also the invoices. So just going to come to this in a second, but one thing that we added it specifically is the editing of this. So right now you can just go ahead and edit this banner, and you can just say, for instance, add a new you can just go ahead and choose like this. You add this gradient, and you can see the gradient has been added to the background with the image, and you can see it looks really nice. So you can see that you can just now go ahead and change all these one, and just the changes on a single click, uh as simple as that. If I close, you can see it is already there. I can also go ahead and change the image. Let me first put the background back to the dark one. Now let me just go, and you can upload the image you want. You can see the current image that is there is this one. You can also use the link to upload the image, and the Unsplash API, we have requested the access. In a few days we are going to add it. So for all these ones, the image, if you put the image, link works, and if you upload the image, let me show you the upload. So if I just go ahead and now add this bicycle image, just uploads here, and then I just need to update it here. So after this image has uploaded, I can just go ahead and update this here, and you can see banner updated. Now even if I just go ahead and I close here like so, you will see that in the background I have the bicycle image, and this is how we managed to create this complex, beautiful image banner with all these variable methods of updating this. Okay, so when that one is done, of course you can edit all these information. The most important thing we just added was the payments. So we have 2 payments so far. Let's just add the third installment, maybe of 2,000 or so, maybe 1,000. That's going to add a third installment. I'm just going to call this third installment, and maybe I just say 1,000, and the date, let's leave it for today. And for tax, let me just put 0, and the payment method, I'm just going to say maybe mobile money here, and then just go ahead and create a payment. So the payment has been successfully created, and I'm just going to go right now and I close out here, and you can see a third payment has been generated, a third installment here. And now you can just go and get this, the third installment. You can see the date, and you can just go ahead and get this payment. So you can just view the invoice, and you can see that we have a very nice invoice generated for this. You can see the amount that you have paid, the when you paid it, the payment method you used. You can see all these amount here. And now in the next episode, of course, we'll be working to send this to the client or print it out. That is our plan. But so far, I like how the project is coming along. And this might just look like easy, but this was really a lot of work to make all these things team so seamless. And by the way, after the third installment, after paying this 1,000, you can see that even this amount here actually updated. You can see now the budget is 14,000 and so far 17,100 has been already paid, and you have all these payment. And this was one of my biggest problems to track when they paid me the money. All the time the person tells you it is now the third installment, and you're just like saying, I don't remember when you paid that. Now you can have it, plus you can also have the invoice. So this is really, really great. And we're just going to make this also, this progress bar will be progressing according to how much has been paid. Yeah, so far this is the progress that we have done. We have constructed this page plus the other invoice page, which was really some good amount of work to make sure that all these are really working well. So if you're just like happy, and let's dive in and get started. Hello, welcome to the third episode. So in this episode, in our previous episode, we managed to do all this, okay? And actually, I didn't do anything, but actually the styles are working. I found out the styles were working, so there is nothing I added to this component. The only thing I just want to add is, or to remove, is this button. You can see that even when I cross here, you can see that this button still actually shows up. So we can first hide that button, and it should be very easy. I'm just going to go to the notes form. Okay. And we're just also going to, go ahead and hide this. You can see we get is editable. So we just want to show the button only when it is editable. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep this. That we say is editable, and then just like this. Okay, so when it is editable, that's when you only want to see this button. So you can see it has gone, and when we click on this, then it should be there. Okay, that was a simple fix. So I'm just going to start off with this image, the updating this point, and then we'll proceed to all other places. Most specifically, I want to cover in this video. I feel actually low energy. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm tired or something, but I just want to work on this. This banner. If we can update the banner, and then I want also to work on the payments and these invoices, these two things. And then if we get time, we're just going to add also these modules, and even the comments should be easy to add. So just going to look at all those ones and see how we can do that. Okay, so moving on, I'm just going to start off with this one. Now, I was looking at the component we can add here on the banner. So there are so many other inspirations you can see for this image. And one, I think, is the one for Notion. You can see when you click on updating the image, this is what you get. You have the gradients, and then you have the image, you have the link, and then you have the Unsplash API. I was thinking and going for this vibe, just going to try to see if we can actually achieve something like this. So first of all, when I click on this button, I just want a model to open up. I think we could also just like open up like the instead of just like a model. I always have issues with the model, more especially with their user interface and so on. So I might just like actually open up with this sheet. Okay, so just going to start with that. I'm just going to open shard. So I just open here shard, and I will just go to where we have this sheet, and then I'm just going to, I think it must be already installed, but you can see that it opens on the right. This would be just like I think nice. Depending on what you want, you could just like use also the you could also use the model, but I think you can also just like we could also put the this like it will have a nice user interface even on smaller screens. So when you open this on the small screen, you can see that it has this user experience. And let's see the model. Can I just go and see? So here we have the search. I'm not so sure if we can search like components. Let me first deactivate this. There is where we have like the alert dialog. I think it is this, not this one. There is where they have a this. Okay. Uh, they would just also try like that one, but it was always of like a very sketchy user experience. For some reason here looks really great. And if we should just like use that or use the other one. Okay, let's use this one. Okay, the dialog. Okay, so I'm just going to go for this. So I'll just only add this import on top. So I'm just going to look for detail something, detail page. Okay. So we could also just actually take this. We could actually take this, the whole thing of this banner project banner to another place, because I feel like we've done a lot of thing in this. Let me see. Yes, we can just like put in this one, remove this, or and I use the things. Okay. Mm, I think there's a lot of things that we need to do. I'm just going to take this, carry this into, I will just carry this into a component. So, and here, can I first remove this? Yes. I'm just going to copy this banner and like the project banner, projects banner .tsx, and let's say RFC, and then we can just go ahead and add this. Okay. Then we can start by actually giving this the image. Okay, so you can see you have the banner image here, and then we also have the gradient, I don't know if we just like use both or use one of them. I'm not so sure which one should we use. Like putting the image in the background. So just going to come here and use get. Just going to say banner image, and we can just say this banner image is of type string or undefined. And then we can just use this here. And then also the project name. Okay. Here I'm just going to add project name. Let's say add title. And title can be a string. Just making it a name. And then I'm just going to come and leave this as a name. And then yeah, button and the edit. Okay, great. So you can just go ahead and bring this banner to make sure this works the way it's supposed to. Just add project banner and let's pass in the two things, the name, which is going to be project data dot name, and then we have the banner image, which is going to be project name, project data dot banner image. Okay. So here we have this string or null. Okay, so just going to make this one to be null instead of undefined. Okay, so when we just go back, I think we should have exactly the same thing. You can see that we don't have any changes. Okay, so I'm wondering if I have any other image. We can just go to Unsplash here. Let me just go to unsplash.com before the. I'm just wondering if we just get an image here. Maybe I just say get black background. Okay. You just need to get like some image here. Already this we just need like the ones with a certain orientation. I don't know where you can choose orientation. Landscape. I'm just like adding these purposes of actually learning, but I think in production I will just only leave backgrounds. So this one I will just get this medium size I'm not sure if you just get these images, they will be huge, or you find you have a very huge image. Let's first see here, like this size. Okay, it would be nice if we could actually like first take it to. I'm just going to go ahead and I don't have much time to optimize this, but let me just go ahead and copy it, and let's take it to our project. Just going to throw it here in the public folder, and let's go ahead and give it like just give it like bg. Back to the code, and here in the banner, let's just first try it and see. Instead of the press folder, I'm just going to try. Actually, I'm just going to leave this also the question mark. I'm just going to try bg.jpg. I think is bg.jpg. You can check. Yeah. Okay. You can see the style actually is really nice. Wow. Okay. Okay. I love it. I love it. So we're just going to use that architecture, and really, I think it looks really nice and complicated. So I'm not sure if, for instance, someone has to choose the background, the image plus the this the gradient. We'll just see what how he has to do it. You can just maybe like select the gradient and this because we're going to be using two of them here. Okay, nice. So that one looks great. I'm just going to go ahead and add this. So just go here, copy this, and let me just go to project banner. I'm just going to go ahead and add this here. And then if you go to example, actually here, in fact, usage is they give you this. And this is what we're just going to add to this edit button where we have this. So we just do this and then copy this button, and let's go ahead and add it on open here, and then just pass in as child to allow this button to be the one to be clickable. Okay, so now if we go back, we should have this working. So you can see now this works. I'm still skeptical though if we should use this the model, or we should use this here. I really feel somehow safe when I have the this thing here. I don't know. And then I'm just going to change that. Let me just add it. I'm just going to add my. You go ahead and add the this. I'm just going to add the sheet. I'm just going to add the sheet like this. It is the same thing if you just look at it. Really, you have this. Okay, just replace this, and then you have also this same thing. Okay, so here where we have this dialog, I'm just going to add this and then copy this button, remove the dialog, and then just put this, and then also pass the same thing as child. Okay, so when you click now, you have this where you can actually change nicely. Okay, so I'm just going to go for the tabs. If you remember, I'm just going to go for the tabs. So in the tabs, you have the gradients, the upload, link, and Unsplash. So we have four tabs. So I'm just going to go also for the tabs. Okay, as you can see them here. I'm also just going to go for usage. They just give you the basic usage. So you can just copy here and add it here. And then you can just copy this and let's add it inside here. So I'm just going to go where there is this sheet. I will remove all the things. Let me first see if I remove all the things and I add this. What happens? Okay, so you can see we have the tabs. Nice. Okay, so we just need four tabs first of all. I feel like we could just like map through them, but they just like add them manually. Tab trigger, so we have the first trigger, which is going to be gradients. Yes, here add gradient, and here also gradient. Okay, then we have the upload. Here upload, and then we have just add more. 2, 3, 4. Another one is link. Here link, and then an splash, then here and splash. Okay, so we have those four. So even here we need four tabs, and this is going to be for the gradient. We just need the second one is for the upload, and the fourth one, so the link. So just add the third and the fourth. So we have the link and we have the and a splash. Okay, so if we just go back, we should have four tabs like this. And I think we need to default value is gradient. This trigger is gradient. Okay. So you're just going to have, well, we have like gradients. We need to have the cards of gradients. So if, for instance, I create a map here for gradients. So for instance, we can just like have our gradients here. So const gradients is equal to an array. Um, so the gradient maybe just going to be this string. So we have this whole string as a gradient. So just like this, from blue to this. I don't know if we just like putting like comma, just like this. So just need about maybe 2 lines, or so you need like six, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So where am I going to get the gradients? There is this color kit. Okay, you can just go to color kit .co, then gradients. They have these some nice gradients here. I'm just going to try them out. Now I see there's ones for 3 colors. I think this is why they use via. Let's first see in like the documentation for tailwind gradients. So color stops, you can see there is these from slate and like that. If you just go down, I think there is where they have like, you can see BG gradient to right. Then from this, then is where they have two BG gradient to right, CN to from. So this is the one we have sort of. And then we have the third one, I guess, which is this one actually. So want to include also this one. So just make this one the second one. Okay, so we have also that one. So I'm wondering if we just can add the custom one by using the same thing. You can even also even make it complicated like this, of which you're not going to do. So for instance, we have this one, Instagram, which has like this color. So can we just like say, I'm just going to duplicate this one, and we say from, and then we specify the color. I'm not so sure. And then you just come here. Okay, the second one, and then like via, and then you add this, and then finally this one, and then this is 2, and then you put this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do the same process for most of these ones. So you can just like choose the ones you want. You don't have to copy exactly the way they are, but I'm just going to sort of like copy the ones the way they are there. Simplify my process. Okay, I just continue and choose black. I'm just going to look for colorful ones like this one is also nice. Okay, so there are so many you can just really um entice yourself. I feel right now feeling like continuing and continuing, but just going to put the last two, and then we call it uh, just like that. And finally, let's add this one. It looks really nice. So you can just add this. So you have to add a via. So you can just say via. Was it this one? So you can put via, and then finally two. So take your time and add whichever you want. Now the question is how to get them here, and we get them displayed. So first of all, in our gradient component here, I'm just going to go ahead and say gradients, the map, and then we can just say item is the index, and then you can just go here and I'm just going to return a div. Okay, so a div, first of all, here I'm just going to start by giving it a width. First of all, a width, let's say, before a width, I think we could use instead grid. So you could just say the grid. So for grid, let's just say grid calls 4. So grid calls 4, just like that. And let's give it a gap of also 4. And inside here is where you're just going to add our gradient. Let's give it, I'm not sure how much width, but we need to give a width. Let's say a width of 32, height of 32, and roundness of 2xl with some shadow, maybe shadow of RG. Now when it reaches on the background, so I'm just going to use here this. Okay, I'm just going to use this CN, and then I'm just going to first pass this, and then I will put a comma and I put item, just like this. And for the key here, I'm just going to say key, which is equal to index. Okay. We could just first go ahead and look if we have anything for sure. Okay, so this is what we have right now here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So can we just make this to be for, can you select 14? Okay, 14 is maybe smaller. We could just try about 16. Yeah, 16 I think is okay. However, we could just also add here padding of like 6 to make sure like we don't have things getting hidden the other side. I think they're visible enough. Maybe px here of 6, and then py of maybe 3. I don't know, like is that thing. Um, I don't know if I make this, it has any. I thought the gradients they have already arrow of strings. Okay, if can you like try to say this is going to be a string, just like this. Um, let's try 3 and we see. Okay, 3, we have this space this side, and then you can leave the px. Can we increase the width at 20 something, like 20? Maybe 24. Maybe too much, right? Yeah, I think we just like stop on 20. I don't know this other gradient. So this one is going to be definitely a button. It's going to be a button. There is one gradient I'm not understanding, which is like white. I don't know which gradient is that. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many gradients do we have? 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 gradients. Okay. I don't understand like the 3, the fifth one. What is the fifth one? 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, so this one is missing a from. It's like wondering. So this should, yeah. Okay, so we have our gradients. I think they are looking nice. So now the first and the second, they look almost the same. We could change them. Let's get one more colorful one. We could just look for mm, okay. Just gonna go for maybe this. Let's put the one that is really more light. We don't have any light one. Okay, well, we don't want to go for light because the text is white, so we need to go for more dark instead. Let's go for this. So just like putting, you have to also consider that. Okay, so we have now like this. So what we want is if he clicks, it should just like change here and eventually will be saved in the DB. So here down we have to add a like we have to add a button. I think this will be the actual button. Let me see. So if you just go to Notion and you choose this, you choose red, it actually changes. So it's just the only button you have to click. You don't need to click any other. Click this to change and eventually change the other side. Okay. So I mean is we're just going to add on click. We can just add on click to these gradients. I don't know where they are right now. So you can just say on click. Okay, so just going to say handle. Handle gradient click, and this we want it taking the color. Okay, so that means we're just going to code it in this way. I'm just going to go ahead and call this function. So if I just go here, top here, function, I'm going to make it async function, and then do this to take in the BG. Okay, go and take in the background that someone has chosen, and for now let's just go ahead and say console.log the BG. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and click. So here, let's go ahead and pass in the item because it is the color. So if we just go ahead and go to inspect here and just click on this, so you can see BG this. Okay, so we can now add state. Okay, we can add state here. So here's a const gradient. So we could just say here gradient set gradient is equal to use state, and then by default we could just like get these. Let me just add this on top. So we could just say go to the gradients and take the first one or the second one, whichever you want. Did I just like copy? Yes, I can take the gradients and you take like the first one of these, doesn't matter. So when you come here, just going to have set gradient to BG, and then this gradient now we can just use it here. Okay, here I feel like this original one should also remain, so I'm just going to find the original one should remain somewhere. Okay, let me just comment it outside here for now. Okay, so we just have to change this a little bit. So cut this and this added. We add this. So we first add this and comma, and now we're just going to actually pass in the gradient, and then we can just remove this, the one that we have right now, this one. Okay, so if we just go back, this should change. Okay, yeah, that looks like really awesome. So if you just go here and let's change this one, so you can see that it has changed. So what we want is if it changes, it should actually exchange also in the DB. So one thing I'm just going to do in the DB is actually um, I'm going to use to pass it in here with the background image. So someone can have the background image and also uh, the the background gradient, or just going to add gradient. So what I can just do to the schema to the project here, I can just go ahead and add the gradient. So we have this banner image, and you can just also add the gradient. So just duplicate it like this and then say gradient. And before I forget, I have to run this. So stop the server and then run npx prisma db push, and then npm run dev. Okay, as it is running this, we're just going to go ahead and update this function. So we're just not going to stop only here. We're just going to do a try catch. Okay. And we're just going to try to update using the update function. It is the same thing we are using with all these ones. So you can just simply go to Control P, either to notes form, any of these ones can work. And you just go to where we have this update. I'm just going to copy this. I must like also, I think let me just update from the description form. So from the description form, update description form. Okay, it is just this try catch. This is the one I want. Copy and just go back to project banner, and I'm just going to replace with this try catch. First of all, as you can see, we need the editing ID. So we must also pass in the editing ID. So editing, just copy this to be more easy. So just go ahead and just pass in the editing ID, and the editing ID is going to be a string. Okay, and then we can use it here, set loading. We don't need actual loading in this case. Not going to add it, but we're just going to have this here. And I'm just going to have const data is going to be equal an object, and I'm just going to say gradient, which is going to equal to bg, just like this. And then we can just now pass in data, and this data should be conforming to the other data. So I'm just going to I'm just going to create an object which conforms to project prop. So I'm just going to first do this. Let data is going to be conforming to project props, just like that. And then sorry, then you can just say data dot. So now you can see data. So you can just go to project props first, and I add gradient. So where we have the banner image here, I'm just going to go ahead and add gradient. So coming back here on the project banner, we're just going to have data dot gradient. equal to VG. Okay, so what is this now? Data is being used before initialized. I'm just going to initialize as an empty object. I might just like create another function that doesn't take in all these. Okay, I'm just going to just simply create another one. So here, let me just go to this update project by ID. So you can see text in this one. Just going to have like for simplicity purposes. I'm wondering just like, and yet before you do this, just wait a second. Um, so if we say, for instance, const is equal to gradient, and then gradient, I'm just going to make it be equal bg, and let's say this data is of any type. Yeah, and then I'm just going to go here, remove this. I'm also going to remove this toast. We don't need it. Okay, so update, we push in this. So one thing we need to pass in here is the editing ID, which is going to be project data.id, just like this. Okay. So right now it is just a matter of trying, and we'll see if this works. So let's just try. First of all, let's refresh. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and I update this to like an orange color. Wait, oh, something actually happened. Can I just look at this? It seems like when I clicked, so we don't know if for sure has changed, and you can see it's changed. So the only way we can know is, or we have again to know if it has updated. The only way we can know that it has updated is actually by again using this gradient. So we also pass in the gradient here. So in this, we'll pass in the, so since we have already this, just going to pass in the bg. Okay, bg. So here is going to show bg string. And if I just go here, oh, okay, actually it is not. So here I'm just going to say it is project data dot gradient. Is not yet here. Let's go and see. So let's try to follow up this. First of all, start by going to the banner, and let's start by going to update this. We are very sure it actually doesn't have. So if you just go here, oh, it actually have, it just like takes in data here, so it must have updated it. So want to see the one that gets the details. I'm not sure why we added that here. It actually conforms to the project data, and we can just go to project data, and one thing that we need to add in from here is going to be the gradient, and I can just come here now. I can do this dot gradient. Okay, and now we can just go here, bg image has to be string or null, just like that. Now we can just say this is going to be, so we can first say initial, so just const initial gradient is going to be equal to, so we can just say is going to be equal to bg. Okay, the one that is coming in here, or then this. So one of the two should actually work. So just come here and takes in the initial gradient, like so. Okay, so it takes in the initial gradient like that. And now, yeah, it seems like this worked. If you just refresh, it worked. So if I just go ahead and change to blue, and now blue is on. Okay, so this one works nicely. So the image now, just going to see how we are going to change the image. So this first phase is done. You can add as many gradients as you can. Now let's go to the upload. The upload, we already have the image upload component, so you just simply add that, and then we capture the link. So I'm just going to go ahead and add our image upload component. So if you go ahead, like for instance, in the category form, so I'm just going to go ahead and just go like to the category form. And from this, I can actually pick the image here. I'm not sure if I just need to copy it from this. So you can just copy this, and let's go back to project banner. And from here, I'm just going to go ahead and also in this second tab, which says upload, just going to go ahead and add this image component. I'm just going to import it. Okay. And then here I'm just also going to create state to hold it just like this. And we're just also going to have the same concept of the initial image. So the initial image is going to be definitely going to be the banner image. So here you're just going to say banner image, or we're just going to use ours that we are actually using right now, this one. This one right now. Just go ahead and put this in string. So just going to use this. Okay, and let's create another state for the image URL. So you can just say here image URL set image URL, and then here just going to add this as initial image just like this. And then now we can use this image URL and we'll create another function that uses it. So while we are using here the banner image here, we're just going to use this. I think here we just need to, we don't need, I think now the circumstance here, I guess we might just only need to add the banner image, because if it is there, then it will still show up. So I'm just going to come here and do this. And then here, we're just going to simply go ahead and add the image URL. Okay, and the same image URL is the one that is required in the image component here, and you can see it is okay now. I'm just going to first of all take off the title. I don't know if it is necessary, but I'm just going to go ahead and add the endpoint for in the upload thing. So we can just go ahead and open our API endpoint here. So in the API upload thing core, just going to add another. Let me just go ahead and duplicate this. And then just going to say, is this going to be banner image? Banner image. So copy this max of 1 MB, and then I'm just going to come here in the project banner, and I'm just going to add this set image URL. Everything is okay right now. So if I just go ahead, click one more time, now go upload, you see we have here our initial image that is there. So that it comes and be your starting point. So if I just go ahead and I choose another image, so we can just go ahead to Unsplash and look for another nice image. We'll go for, you can just let go here. We can just let go for this one. Okay. I don't know if this is a horizontal orientation, but I'm just going to go ahead and get this medium one. Go ahead and download this here. And I'm just going to do this. Even if I just actually leave it like that, I'm just going to go ahead and for now, actually my browser is freezing out, so I'm just going to go ahead here. Let's choose an image and let's choose this bicycle background. So this should just go ahead and upload and set the and give it the image. Okay, so when the image changes like this one, so we need to go ahead and I think add a button to update the banner. Okay, so because for it here it actually did update. You can see how nice it actually became. Very complex background. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a button beneath here. I'm just going to add a button beneath. There it says update banner image. Okay, so just going to have here on click, and I'm just going to call under banner update. Okay, just going to call this function called handle banner update. And this one, I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this function exactly. I'm just going to call this one handle banner update. It shouldn't take in anything for now. It's going to take image URL because it is already there. So remove all this. So I'm just going to have here banner image, and then it's going to be equal to image URL, and then it should just do exactly the same thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and call. Okay, we are already calling this. I'm just going to go to the UI. Let's go here, go to the banner. So there is this now update banner image. So we still have the bicycle in. Let's go ahead and update this. So since we have this, I think we could just like have the sense of like it is uploading, because wherever you have a button, a person wonders if he has clicked it or not. So then in that case, I'm just going to bring in the concept of loading, because it will be a very poor user experience. So loading set, set loading. So you say here is use state, and you can start by saying it is false. You understand now, since we have in use state. Oh, so even if you don't put use client, if the parent is client, so I think it is okay. So here, just going to add, we could just like add here concept of disabled is equal to loading. And then here, if it is loading, so for instance, we could just say, if it is loading, it is true, then we could just say something like updating. And then here we just select this update banner image, something like this to avoid the and then within this here we can just start by say loading true in this handle banner update, and then when this is done, and then we can just go ahead and say loading to false, and in that case you have to even toast the success banner updated successful. So you can say banner updated. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this one out. Just going to go ahead upload, and let's upload the image, this one. Okay, okay, so the image changes, and even down here changes. Let's go ahead and update this, and this closes. I'm wondering if this is true, so just refresh the page, and you can see it updates nicely. So this is great. So the third choice is adding the link. This is also very easy. So we will use one of our still our items. Like we have the forms. Okay, so we're just going to use the, for that case, a form, and I'm just going to use the one we used for the description form. So description form, which is here, update description and everything. So I'm just going to copy almost everything. Okay, so let's start with this one. So let's start by adding this, and then let's add this. Okay, loading is already there. Just going to add this. And then description, and then finally I'm just going to add the form. I'm just going to go here in this banner, and then in the tab, we still have this tab for the link like this. So add this. The good thing, this one comes with its own button, and instead of the text area, we're just going to use the text input. So you can just go ahead and also go to the category form, and let's get here a text input. So go back here in the banner, and let's change this to let's go ahead and swap this one out. First of all, let's import the text input and the submit button. Okay, and then this is going to be the link. So you can just instead, I don't know if you just need this label for now. Let's just first see here these two errors we have, and it's just like to use form, and this one now is going to be still this is going to be the banner image, and default value can be I'm just going to actually leave it empty as the default value so that we don't actually pre-feed it with any image. Um, Another thing we're just going to add is just going to give it an icon. So let me open here, Lucid. Just need to find a nice icon for a link. This one, link itself. So I'm just going to give this an icon of a link. And we can just say also add a placeholder. I don't know, we didn't add placeholders to this. Yeah, placeholder, you can actually pass it. So you can just go ahead and pass a placeholder, and you can just like enter, yeah, image URL, just like that. Okay. So I don't know if it needs a label for sure. I'm just going to go and check link, uh, enter image URL. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. I could just like remove the label. Yeah. However, this looks somehow sketchy, but I don't know if we just should just like put these things in of width is full or something. Let me just see if this actually does anything. The width is full, just to make sure that maybe this could just like occupy the only given width. Or we could just also say, how about width 80% or 70%? Okay, how about 80%? Yeah, so I think this is much better. The concept of 80%. And by the way, these tabs here, I think they must be the problem. Let's give them here with this 4. Actually, instead of 400 is a fixed width. And then I don't know if the sheet itself has a width. Okay, so now if we just leave them to have just here on this, if we leave it to have a width for, should I think, yeah. So I think both, even the gradients and the image, it's going to be within all this nicely. So here we have the image link with a nice update button. Okay, so here, uh, so this is also updating the banner image. So what we need is to enter this, and let's give this one banner image. Okay, nice. So the good thing with this, it just comes with data. So everything here is going to be, for instance, update banner by URL. Okay, and it gets the data and everything. And you're just going to toast banner. So here just say banner updated. You don't need even put successfully. And then here we just going to call for that in the form here. Update banner by URL. Everything should be okay because we're going to use that same loading state since that's the open tab. Okay, just going to go ahead and get the we need to get somewhere an image URL. Okay, we can just like still go to another splash and get the any image of a project. Okay, there is this one. This one has the lock. I think just go and get this one. So when you open it here and you copy like image address, let's look at this. This doesn't look like an image, does it? I need an actual image URL. If I open the image itself still, okay, I think this will still work. Okay, I'm just going to add this. I don't know this, we don't have a preview for that. We could have like also the like a preview, and unfortunately we might not have the preview. Because it would be nice if he adds this and then okay, let's like the problem we have, we're not going to have a preview, just going to add like this, and let's try to update the image, and this is going to also update the banner. So that was really fast, but nothing actually happened. Okay, we have also to update the, I think the banner image. First refresh. Is it the one? Yeah, I think it is the one. Let's see. I think this is like a microphone. No, it did not update. This is this one. I believe so. The one we're trying to update is which one? The one we're trying to update was this one. I think I need to get an actual image, get an actual link, and we test from that. So I'm just going to go ahead and download this. And I'm just going to go also to upload thing. I will try to upload the image manually and see. So I'll just go to any of these projects and I'm just going to go to files, upload to, I'm just going to upload this one, upload here. Okay, it is this one. So now I can just get a link. Which type of link is this now? Okay, this is the link. I don't know, like there's, I'm just going to first make sure that this actually shows up. Like, can this show? We can test this by using here this. Instead of that, just going to use this so that we see if actually this directly does this work. Yeah, so you see it works actually. So I'm just going to go back to the one which was there. Let's just go here and add this and add the link. I'm just going to add this link here and let's update. So one thing we could also do is that you see it has updated, but one thing we could actually do immediately is to give the immediate impact is when we have this, we could actually set. So you guys say set image URL with data load banner image, just like this before even we update the project. So it will just give an instant update. So just go ahead and add another image. Let's say here, let's go back to upload thing. Which other image do we have here? Okay, not these ones, guys. These I need like some really nice looking images, right? I believe even this one will show up. Maybe I'm just going to go ahead and try to update using this one. And let's go ahead and put this update. Okay, so it updated, but the image itself, I think it doesn't show. Can we upload the actual image? Another one. Let me go to Unsplash. Let's go ahead and upload this. Upload. So we have some images. Let's upload this original one. Upload here. Okay. I'm just going to copy this and let's go to our app here and let's add the link, update. Yeah, so you can see it actually updated. So I think we should clean the form at this point. Mm, just going to reset. So you could just go here after this. You could reset. And you can see that this it is the one which is there right now. And finally, we have the Unsplash API. Okay, so let's get into it. I think we can just first the way we added the gradients, we could just also first add the images, and then so that we can just go ahead and add. So I'm just going to go ahead, copy this, the gradients. So just going to copy this here. Let's go to the last one, which is this Unsplash. So just going to do this, and this was going to be 2 since they are images, and let's try to give them appropriate width and height. Maybe this one is going to extend to, we have 18, we have up to 16, only the height. Okay, this one's going to be 20 something. Let's make it 24 the width. Let's just see how they look like here, and then a splash here. The width seems like still not sufficient. Just make it 28. Yeah. So, okay. This is 28, 32. So do we have 30 first? First of all, we have 32. Yeah, okay, I think 32 is okay. Then the height, can we make this 20? Okay. Um, yeah, I think that you can see the image from this, and we'll be showing 1, 2, 3 up to about 6 images. Okay. We'll be seeing like we'll be having a search also here. Okay, so we'll be having a search. This may end up being its own component. I don't know, but there will be a need for a search somewhere here. But let's first get the API into our app to see if we can get the images displaying here. So I'm just going to go inside Unsplash. So when you go to unsplashhere.com, you can just click on these 3 dots and click on this, I think, developer API, something like that. It is this developers stroke API. I feel like there is, let me first go to unsplash.com. I'm wondering this link is as if it doesn't work. Okay, so there is this page here, integrations, and then there is your search. This is the one we want, search. Okay, there is JavaScript. Let me see, PHP. I don't know if these are tabs to show how to use. They have official libraries, JavaScript. Let's see here what they say. Oh, you can't just like do this. Is this even an npm package something? Yeah. So they have like an npm package. Let's first see if we can use this. Okay. Unsplash JS, and after installing it, then um, import create API, import node fetch. So you use Unsplash is create API, and you pass those ones, and then I'm not seeing why they're using the API usage. Okay, this is what we want. Just want to see making API. So here we have this splash. Okay, access key. Dot get. Okay, there is this one. I think we might just not use that. Let's go back somewhere. There is this API documentation. I'm not sure which one I am on, but you can just say anaspar.com documentation. Okay, yeah, there is where there is this documentation. So you can see there is where we have okay, there is where we have search API here. So I would try this one. I guess this is the one you're just going to use search here. You can like the photo, all these ones, and I like. We are more interested in the search. So the search is here. Okay, you can just actually I will first put this link where you have hash search. And here on the search, there is this. Actually, you see the link is this one. I'm very sure if you try to pass in this, you will get an error of you try to get an error of API access or something like that. Okay, so you can see the access token is invalid, but that is the link we need to go to. Okay, so this time let's go and try to just and get access key. So I'm just going to right click, and it's creating a developer account. So we'll just go here, create a developer account. So you see here, getting started. This document describes the resources that make up official suggestion API. If you have any problem, okay. Creating a developer account. Access, then so first join. So we join here. So once your account has been registered to the API, go to your apps, click new app, fill in the credential. Initially, your application will be in demo mode and will be rate limited to 50 requests per hour. This is perfect for demo apps trying the API. If you are ready to move to this one, for the apply for instructions, if approved, your rate limit will be increased to the full amount. All the application must be guidelines and blah blah. However, they have also to make it easy as possible to integrate Unsplash API, official libraries and SDK exists. There is one for JavaScript, the one we are looking at, but we could just like first go ahead and get these two. So click on join. Like this is fully my first time. I have no idea, so you can do with Google. Okay, we have to go ahead and just like do this. Okay. Okay, just like this. So you can just go ahead and create your account. Okay, it seems I'm in, and then click on your apps, and let's create a new application. The API is to be used for non-automated qualitative experiences. You cannot replicate the core user experience of an Splash. Your access key and secret key must remain confidential. Do not abuse API. Too many requests too quickly will get access turned off. Okay, so that's actually nice. So you have to scroll down here, and then why is this? You must, I think, agree to these ones. Okay, and then acceptance. And then you give your application name. Just going to give this project pro. Description. I'm just going to say this is a project management system. Okay. Okay, great. So now we have all this. I don't think they are required. Okay. So we must just have someone with uh, okay, your email has not been confirmed. Okay, just confirm the email. I believe. Uh, okay, I'm just going to refresh. Your email has been okay. Good. I'm just going to go ahead and so I don't know where do we get the API keys. We could just go to this page again. We maybe actually go ahead and uh, get the API keys. Just say here. Okay. So the where do you get the API keys? We can't fail to get the API keys. I'm just going to go back to here. Hiring, download, email, password, applications. Doesn't seem like there is doesn't seem, maybe here. Really? Maybe we have just to read very well. Okay, so I'm just going to have to read the documentation. There was a documentation. You could just like go ahead and ask ChatGPT about this. It's not to be the easy one. If I'm logged in on a splash, where do I get the API keys? Log into Unsplash, navigate to Unsplash developers, create a new application, click new application, feed in the application details. After your application is created, you will find access key and secret key on the application's detail page. That will be really, that's a lie. Wait, the applications were created, they doesn't look like it exists. Applications not connected really. I remember creating like an application. Are you serious right now? Okay. At this point, I'm just going to go back like some your apps. We have here 50 requests demo. Seriously, I created like an app some few minutes ago. Jesus, like your application is being reviewed by our team. It will take about 5 days. Whoa, whoa, okay. Okay, so this is something just going maybe to implement when this they give us access. I didn't know it takes like the review and all that kind of stuff. Um, we didn't describe very well our project. I don't know if they will be accepted. Okay, so in that case, then we are good to go. We'll just like implement an splash when that is done. But so far, I'm good with the options we have so far. So for an splash, I'm just going to add here. Uh, I'm just going to add comment all this. I'm just going to put like H2 saying waiting for approval. Okay. This will work for now. Okay, so here waiting for access to the API. Okay, so that done is done, and let's just go ahead straight to invoices and the payments. Okay, so under where we have no payments, I'm just also going to go ahead and add the the button, and we're just going to start like with the payment. So before we do the payment, we're just going to look at the invoice. Can I just go ahead and close all these Unsplash related things? So here we going to use this invoice. So as searching, you can just like go to this link, pre-line example application invoice here. I'm going also to leave this link in the description. Um, you can find this invoice. I think it looks very brief and nice. So you can just use this one to really, for our purpose we can just like use this one. Okay. Um, I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to use this one. It's going to be the invoice. So how we are going to do this is that we need to have some, I think also the client details, the name of the project. You can see invoice from this, but we have to also have like somewhere the two, we have to fix some things and plus the logo and some few details we can add on this and it will be good to go. And you can see when I like this, if you have this, then you can actually add the your details here and then the name of the person and all that. And then we have to have also somewhere for the client details and the summary of the payment. And so this is going to be a payment invoice. When you create a payment, for instance, a client gave you or sent you 200 via some any payment mechanism, we might not just look at the Stripe. For us here in Africa and even some other countries, PayPal and Stripe are not accepted. So you're not going to actually add payment integration. But what we're just going to add is you actually registering a payment. What I always just have, people use different applications like Remitly and others to send you money. So for you use is just actually to go ahead and add the payment method and the amount you received, and then you can share this invoice with the client. Okay, so nice and good. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to first of all add one thing. If you just go to normal invoices, uh, I think I just closed one. Can I just like go here, uh, just here and just go to history and see any of these closed tabs if I still have the there was a page I had, I think I just simply closed it. It actually had like a nice, I don't know why I closed it, but I cannot get it, I think, back. Okay. I'm not going to uh, find it, but the if you look at invoices, normally the invoice has the details of the person who is sending and the one who is receiving. If you just go and just look at any of these templates, you will see the concept, the same concept. Yeah, this is, I think, a good one. So you see like there is bill to, and there is also the where the bill is coming from. Okay. So we might just actually need to get to have your brand saved somewhere. So the client, already we have the client details on our project page here, this detailed page. We already have these details already registered. But for yours, they're supposed to be saved inside the brand. So going back to the projects, okay, if I just click and I go back to the projects, I can just go back to dashboard, projects. We might just actually make this a link in the future. Okay, so we just need to work at this point. We need to work on the brand. I don't know where there is the brand settings. Okay, there is here a brand. Okay, we have here the brand settings. So I will just go and create this page, brand settings. Okay, I'm just going to go to this. Go to dashboard, and let's go ahead and create brand settings. I'm just going to create a new file inside brand settings and then page.tsx rfc, and you can just put h2 here for brand settings. Okay, so now when you click on brand settings, we should just be able to go to this page. I'm just going to quickly go to shard, and let's go ahead and add. So you can just go to blocks and just scroll down to the one which actually have the setting page. There is one which has this one. I feel like we could just have actually created these ones as different pages, the ones for settings and others. Could just like have like a setting page with all this, but they just like remain consistent, I think. I'm just going to go ahead and use the lift mode, and let me just go ahead and copy this one. So if you just paste it in this one, it will be a component. I'm just going to name this as, okay, brand. Just like name it like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a form to this. I'm just going to add the way we add the new form. So I will just leave this to be a page actually. I'm just going to name this just to leave it as a page. And then I just go to the forms. I'm just going to go to the, for instance, to the client form. I'm just going to duplicate the client form with brand form. So this is brand form. Okay, so basically we have here this now instead like we have to have this header. I'm just going to remove the header right now. Okay, we can just leave the card. So what do we need in the brand? Not brand, but what do we need on the brand form? So basically, just like your user input the phone numbers, the name, and the things that are going to be used to customize the invoice. So what we're just going to do is initial data, user ID. Yeah, all these ones are actually needed. I'm just going to first go and just call this brand form. So under here, we can just select for the brand form. Okay, so as we saw, you need three things. You can just copy and paste them here. You need the editing ID, of which I'm just going to pass empty. It's not even required editing ID, but for now, let's just like actually leave it empty. Then we have the initial data. Then we have the user ID. Uh, we can first easily get the user ID. So const user is equal to await get auth user and make this async function. And then we can just like pass here user dot ID. Great. And then for the editing ID, we don't have the editing ID. But what information do we need to add to this? So even the initial data, I think initial data and these ones are not required for now. Let's just go ahead and visualize this so that we can add the form. We could actually have added also the footer, just left the header if wanted, but let's see. Okay, I don't know which bug are we facing right now, but I'm assuming we have the use client on this brand form. Has it changed to brand form? Spot default brand form. And when we come to the page, okay, this is the problem. So go ahead and remove all this. Okay. You can just get all sorts of problems if you don't have that. So yeah, we could just first of all go ahead and give this padding of like maybe 8. Okay. Uh, we could just we already have from the first name, last name, we don't want it, phone and email. I think we already have it also. The only thing we can just also add these ones. Okay. And basically the good thing that we are updating the user. So mm, mm, so there are two ways. We could just go ahead and create the brand, or so because here what we basically want is a logo. The phone number we already have it, and maybe we could just also add like the brand color. I don't know. We just like add a brand color. mm, Company name, company description. I think for now what we're just going to do, I'm just going to remove all these ones. Okay, I'm just going to this form. I'm going to remove many things. Let's start with this. The first one, the phone and email. I have country. Okay, and I think country is okay. Country and location. Okay, password is not needed. Company name. I think those ones are okay. Let me see. Country, location, company name, and company description. And then here is going to be the logo. Of course, you can use your profile image as a logo or something like that. So already here we had this as client profile image. This one's going to be the you might just want the image you have here not to be the image here, so we might just like actually add the logo. So just going to add this one, use a logo. So just go ahead and create this. I'm just going to go ahead and create this. And we actually just could just leave this as it is. I don't know, like with creating different endpoints, what does it mean? But we could just like leave this and we get the URLs. The only thing I'm just going to change this is going to be brand logo something. Okay, so we get that information, and the only thing we just need to change is one, but in different places, I believe. Can just go ahead and remove all these. On the user props, which is here, well, you can see we have somewhere the image. So we can just add one thing, which is actually the user logo, which is going to be a string. So this user logo must be added in different places. And the first one, let's go to brand form. So the first one is going to be The first one, I'm just going to go to where we have the create. So somewhere here on the create user. And this is going to be update user. I think all the time is going to be update user. So it's going to be on this. And an update the user just takes in the information. So the only place we need right now is, I think, the schema. So just go to the user and then we can just go here and add the user logo with is going to be a string not required. And we can just go do this. Okay. So after that one being done, the user logo, now we can just come back here on the brand form. In this case, we don't want, in any case, the concept of create user. We do not want this. We just only have the editing ID all the time. And the editing ID in this case is the user ID. So here we don't have these role user ID. Just remove all this. So the things we want, I can just go ahead and clean up some things here. And this is going to be now user logo. Uh, these ones, we might actually don't need the user ID. Might just only need the, I can just come here, remove this. So we just like have these two here and the Prisma user is okay. And you can just still go now back to the page. So we already have the user. Can we get user by ID? And if that is there, const user, so you can say const user details is equal await get user by ID, and we can pass in user dot ID. Okay, and for this we can either just pass in a string like that, and then we get user details. We pass it as initial data, just like this. And finally, we need to pass in the editing ID, which is actually going to be user.id. So after you have gotten these two, now everything else is okay. Uh, we don't need to redirect. For now, we are not redirecting anywhere. Okay, so basically, this is why you can update your your details. So you can just add the logo, the phone number, and other things. You already have them. Maybe we could just like leave email and the phone number for that so that you can actually be able to update if you want. Let's see here. Just add here. I'm just going to add email address. Here's going to be email. The icon here is always the mail. Okay. Then we have the phone. Here is phone, and then here is going to be a headphone or something. Then here's going to be also empty. Okay, so I have these ones. I can also go ahead and populate them here. You can add image, sorry. We can add email, or you can add the phone. Okay, so those two. Now those two, they should just be actually there. Okay, so you can see my email and the phone number. So those ones are there. So we can just update all these other existing the ones that we don't have. Okay, so for instance, let's go to my invoice, which is going to be this one. So you can see like you can just get a nice logo here. So I'm just going to go ahead and get a logo. You can just, I used to have my logo, I don't know where. I just go here and I say JB. I don't know. The I used to have a logo or something, but I don't know. So right now I'm just going to look for just a logo I can use for now, just for purposes of demonstration. But you need to, of course, come up with your own logo. Okay. For now, I'm just going to look for just a simple logo, and then we use it. Oh, the logos I'm seeing that really complicated. Actually, I was using this one as my logo. This, I think I have it somewhere. I don't know. The one I designed actually. For now, we just need to. Can I just like save this image from here? Okay, just going to go ahead and crop this image. Actually, just go here and say square. Okay, so you can just go ahead and save this like so. So this is my logo. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and upload this. So just go ahead and I just want to update this logo, company name. Just going to say this is Hub. It is a leading software development company. Okay, so country, I'm just going to update to Uganda. Location, Kampala. Okay, so that's good. Uh, that's good. That's good. In this case, I'm just going to go ahead and update. Now here, instead of update client, is update details. So could just like come here, they say brand. Uh, this, what does this even? Just put a brand settings. Okay. Okay, so at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and update the brand. Or could you say update settings or something? Okay, so with this, we should be able to update the brand. Okay. Oh, why did we update? Okay. So we need to update. So this supposed to be inside here. We didn't make any updates. So it's supposed to say, for instance, that the user logo is equal to image URL. Okay, simple as that. So that's the only thing we just need to do. That's why others have updated. You can see, except also the country. The country did not update, and I'm wondering actually why. Let's first see the name we gave it. If the name is actually okay, so just go here. The name is country, and in the schema, do we have country? Yes, we have the country, and the should have worked. I wonder why. Okay, let's try one more time. Update the logo first, and then this one I will put one more time. Then if it doesn't, we'll try to figure out what was the problem. Okay, update. Okay, so for the logo for it, it has updated. Still here is we don't have it. Okay, yes, now this is a point where we look for what is happening. First of all, go back to the brand form. So if this is actually being taken from here, country, uh, first of all, yes, also add it here. Okay, I think it seems to just updates, but we are not actually showing it here. Okay, we want to give it this here. Let's see. I think that was the problem. I was wondering why it is not updating. Yeah. Okay, so this you can now the brand can be updated. So now we can just like go ahead in the we can just go ahead now with the payments. And before I forget, we need to protect the project detailed page. So if someone logs out and try to access the project detailed page, let me just go ahead and go to that project detailed page. And I think I should duplicate the tab. Okay, this is the project detail. So even if I just go ahead here, you can see the email. Let me copy it. Okay, and just log out. Okay, if I just still go to this page, refresh. So you can see for now, it is actually still open, like someone can access it from anywhere so that they can see this. This is not good because we have some things we are doing here that are actually changing the database, so we don't want that. So the easy one is actually to go ahead and we can just simply copy this layout here like this and go ahead and paste it in the project just like this. And in this layout, the only thing we don't want actually is this. So here we could just remove the sidebar. We don't want the sidebar as well as the nav. So we don't just like basically don't need anything here. We just need an empty div and children just like this. The only thing we just want is this session. Okay, so now quickly, when you put that, you can see you need to log in to access that page. And one most important thing also that actually pains is one. So for instance, let's say you send a link. So just go ahead and paste here the email that we're using. This one, password must be this. So one thing that normally happens every time you log in actually takes you to the dashboard. So you imagine a situation you actually sent this link. Okay, I just went not clients projects. So you imagine a situation you actually went ahead and you went to project. Oh, oh, okay, okay. So I can see the problem we are having. So if there is no session, which layout is this? You can just say the project layout. Give this name project layout. So when you use there is no session, we go to login, otherwise we go to that page. It should be working. I'm just going to refresh. Let's go ahead and go to projects. We go to that page. Okay. make sure that the layout has its own name, like this one here must be unique, this name. Otherwise, it will be using the same concept for for the other layout. So let's say you shared this link with a client, and maybe you sent them actually an invite, which we will go and actually see. So because you're going to also be sending them, I think you can just send them an invite, or you can copy email and password and tell them. So I'm just going to go here, open another browser, and in a new window, I'm just going to paste this. Okay. So you can just go ahead to this page. I don't know if there is we need to put somewhere the icon for the user somewhere, for the logged in user, so that that person can actually log out. Let's do that actually. So we're just going to look for this back and then the opposite side. Where is this here project? So you can just first find that icon for the logged in user. We don't need to put this one. We're just going to put the one I think on the home page on the site header. So I'm just going to go to the site header. And the site header, there is one we have. Is it this one, the authenticated avatar? I believe. Okay, I'm just going to use this one. Let me copy this div. And I'm just going to go to the project detailed page. And then there is where we have this back to projects. I'm just going to add these ones, and I'm just going to put them in a div. So flex items, center, justify between. So you can justify between just like this. And first of all, we can bring in this from whatever it is, and then we have to pass in the session. Then for this, I don't know if we need this, the mod toggler. Let's go ahead and bring the session. So we can first of all pass in also the session here, session, and session is of type session or null. So you can also pass in null. And then we can just go wherever you are coding this. I don't know why we have the error here. Just, and here in this case, we don't even need to show this here. We just need to show the authenticated user, because the person who will be here will be have to be authenticated by all means. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to the page we are coding this. So you kind of go to the dashboard, and then project, I think it is, and here. So we could just go ahead and pass in the session, and you can just say const session is equal to await get server session. Let's pass in the both options, and let's pass in here session to be equal session. Okay, basically that's it. And if we just come back to this detailed page, you can see now we have these two icons where you can actually go back to the dashboard or even log out. This is good because someone has to have a way to log out of this. Okay, yeah. We might just like have to remove these services. I don't think it is necessary, but the dashboard and log out, and we can just like check also and display different things. We're just going to do that later. We display different things based on who is logged in. At that point, if he's a client, he's supposed to have only a logout, and then others can have dashboard. Okay, good. Um, the dark mode, I don't know. I don't think we are supporting. Oh, it's actually just like have nice, good dark mode support. Nice. Yeah, we can just like leave it there. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and what was I doing? Oh, yeah, I was just saying if someone is given this ID, you can see now we have this list where you can just like actually you can see this is another person who is logged in. I think we can just like go ahead and log out, and you can see you can just like go ahead and log out. And if you log out, this should just like take okay. So this was just going to explain. I was going to explain if someone is logging in. Okay, if someone logs in right now and he was supposed to go to the other page, let me actually go ahead and copy this page here. So I'm not authenticated, but someone sent me this link like this, and this is going to require authentication. The problem is if you try to actually log in, so if you log in, can I just like log in here? So we can just like try to get suggestions here, like login at 2027. So you can see like you are taken back to the dashboard. You're supposed to be taken to the back to the link that actually brought you in the first place. So we have to redirect to the previous page that required authentication, not always default to the dashboard. To actually do that in the layout, instead of just taking to the login, we can just like actually attach this time the callback URL. So you can just say callback URL, or you can just say return URL, like whichever word you want to use, but you can actually attach return URL. And for this case, actually, I just want to make the return URL to be dynamic. Mm, how would I get that URL? And that means that actually, instead of requiring it from here, we might actually need to require this from inside. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut this. I'm just going to comment out this, and I'm just going to simply actually go to this side like this, and instead I'm just going to actually do this if there is no session. If there is no session, I want to go ahead and redirect. So let's first get redirect from next navigation. I want to redirect to, and I'm just going to make this a dynamic path. So just going to say return URL. So I could first go ahead and create a return URL here, const return URL, return URL. You could just call this callback URL. Anything you want, it doesn't matter really. Um, uh, you can just say is equal to. So we're just going to get it from the Slack. Okay. So you could just say is going to equal to base URL. So here we have another one, const base URL, which is going to be equal to, in this case, do we actually need that? Because we're just going to be on that very one. We might not need the this. Okay, let me just say, how about saying this, and it is slash project. So basically you could just copy this exactly and then come and paste it here like this. So you could just say this slash. So then we take the website you're on slash project, and then this one is actually the slug. So this is $slug. Okay, so this is going to be the return URL. So here, just going to say here, uh, return URL equal dollar return URL, just like this. So we just want, if someone goes, is going to have this return URL attached here. So and when I go to the login, I can just go ahead and get this return URL. So I'm just going to head to my login. Where is the home? So if I just go home here, is it? There is auth actually, there is login, and this is why you actually redirect the dashboard. So to this page, we could first get actually the search params, and you can just get such params by, you can first go to the Next.js documentation, and in the documentation I can just search for params. Just search for params, scroll down to where you have the page. Here click on these params, and in these params I want to see actually get this here. So I'm just going to copy this like so. So you can see here we are actually getting, we can just get these params like this on the login. We're not interested in the params, we're actually interested in the search params. So you can just come and remove this. So you're interested in the search params. After having the search params like this, you can actually get these params like this, and you say search. Uh, you say, for instance, return URL. So return URL is equal to search params, just like this. So this one gives you the return URL. So we could just say redirect. So you can just redirect to, so here by default return URL, we can just give it to equal dashboard like this. I think here you would have given it, then we can just say return URL, and I'm just going to do this as string. Okay, so now in this case, let's test this. I'm not so sure. And so we want to first make sure that this is working on the pages, for instance, the dashboard. If I just go ahead and log in right now, so I'm on the dashboard. Let me log out. I want to see if the redirect is still working. Let's go ahead and log out. Okay, we are on this. Let me just go ahead and put this, and the also let's put the password. Okay, so can I just go, and you can see it is still redirecting very nicely. Okay, so this is good. That means this one is still actually working nicely. This is setting dashboard as the default return URL if there is no any such param passed. Okay, so let's try to access now the same concept. I'm just going to log out and we send the same thing we had sent previously. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this link that requires me to log in like this. Let me go back here and I'm just going to paste it here. So if I just do this, I will be required to actually log in. But look on top here, we have return URL to be slash project management system. So if you just go ahead and actually log in, of which I'm just going to do right now, I should be redirected to project management system. This is really cool. Okay. So this is how you can actually just like try to get back to the page. Most say for the clients, they will not be seeing the dashboard. So and the members, so they need to actually spend most of their time onto this page. Okay, so we're just moving. That's really encouraging. So now the next thing is actually making adding of these payments here. Okay. So just going to put the payments, and I think I should just like go back to the project detailed page. And I think the payments should be faster than the invoices. Let's go here and let's go to where we have the invoices. So we have invoices and payments. I don't know where the tabs are located. Okay, these are the tabs, and the default tab is invoices. I'm just going to make the default tab to be payments, because just going to be actually creating a payment. So I'm just going to say the default tab is going to be actually payments, just like this. And I'm just also going to move this tab actually before this other one, just like this. So now they're going to switch around. The payments will come here and invoices this side. So on the payments, you're just going to add a button which says add payment if there is no any payment anyways. And I think we should still have like a nice place for adding the payments, maybe just right on top of this before adding anything. So I'm just going to go on top of the not invoices, but actually payments. So on top of the payments here, I'm just going to go ahead and add a new button which says add payment. So button, let me add this one in some padding of y, maybe 2 or 3. And then I'm just going to say button. I'm just going to go ahead and say add new payment. Just leave it at maybe with a plus icon. So I'm just going to go ahead and just do plus, just like this. And then we can just add this add. Let's give this one a class name of width for height for and margin rate of 2. And let's give this a class name. In fact, not a class name, but a variant. Just going to give it a variant of outline and then also size of small. Okay, so what we just want also, this one is also going to be opening something like add payment or something. So here we could just go ahead and add the payment. I'm just going to make this one two or even one, and this is going to be like add new payment. Okay. If you just go back, this should just like say add new payment. So if you click this, it's just like bring a pop-up of the payment. Okay. We just need to actually take in the payment. So it's going to be taking in now the fact that you are onto this detailed page. There is no need actually of asking you who is the client and all those information because we actually have all this information here. So the only thing we need actually is the payment amount. Let's first go and see the payment in the schema. Can we just look at the payment model? So they are also close here near the project. I'm just going to open the payment. So we have the actual the amount, the date, and the reason why we have the date is that you can just like make a payment at either an earlier date, not that date, but you're going to give it a default also of now. So I'm just going to go and copy this and we just give it a default of now, even when you can actually change this. Then we're just going to have the method of payment. How did this person pay? I think those are the two most important things. The project ID, of course, and the user ID, and of course, the client. I guess in this case, we need the both the just going to add some more things here, I believe. Mm, we need to get actually like more details here on the payment. Maybe just going to add this on the invoice because let's first see the invoice because the invoice need to have more things. So the invoice has the amount, it has the status, and has the due date, project, and the user ID. So at this point now, I am not differentiating why we need the invoice and plus the payment because they look like they are the same. Mm. We could just like actually just leave on a just like on a payments. We just like leave just like on a payments, and then for the payments they will have automatically the invoices. Yeah. So we only just like to have this one. One is just not going to be so much helpful as such. I can look into this if there's any information we need. We're just going to need the invoice number because every point this is going to generate like the invoice number. So I'm just going to go here and this. So I'm just going to leave actually payments instead of the invoices. The name payments is very clear, but the invoice is going to be generated automatically. So let me put invoice number in this. And then we need to have the client details, at least the name. We could just like uh, on the invoice, since we're just going to use this to create an invoice, and this is how the invoice is going to look like. We need this invoice number, that will be your logo, which we have, the payment method we have, the date paid we have, the amount paid we also have, and then the whatever we are paying for, we will also just have the payment name, and then tax. If you have any question, okay, they just like a few things actually. If you look at this, is not so much detailed to need so many things. So the only thing I just need is when you're like showing these ones, these invoices, we actually need the client name and the client ID. Those two things, and they are required. Could have just like required only this, but we actually need the um need to display the information uh, on the invoice. Mm, okay, it is not. We're just going to actually add only the client ID. So I'm just going to come here and duplicate this. We might just only need the client ID, just like this. Because all other details, we're just going to fetch them at some point. When you're just like looking at the this first also wait for a second. So after creating a payment, this is going to be the invoice page. Is going to be looking like this. But then how are we going to, oh, okay, we're just going to, we need to fetch, we'll have to manipulate the invoice. We're just like getting back the payment to generate this invoice, then we'll have to manipulate that information. Okay, I'm just going to only save the client ID just like this. So we need the amount paid, the date when they paid, the invoice number, the method we use to pay this, the amount we have, then we could also just have tax. So let's just, well, we have this, the amount, we could just also go ahead and add here below tax. Okay, just in case there is any tax thing that you want to. And I think that information is really enough. Okay, this point is really enough. Other things will be just like saved earlier. So I'm just going to go ahead and push this. Just going to say this, and let's go ahead and push. Since we have not created any payment, that's why we don't have any issues with leaving them like this. Okay, so going back to the page of the payments. So if we just go back this side, I need to go to the detailed page. I'm not sure where this is. I can first close off these ones. Okay, this is the place. Add new payment. And for actually the invoices, we can just also leave them because the invoices, they will be finally generated by the payments. Okay, so I'm just going to add the form. When you click on this, you're just going to open you're going to open this a sheet here, and then on this sheet you're just going to go ahead and add the form for the payment. We could also just add, since it is small, it is actually just not big. As you can see, we need the amount, tax, and date. Invoice number will be auto-generated. The user and the client, the project, all these ones are going to be auto-populated. So we just need only a few things. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go to chat. Okay. And let's go down here and we can just look for the dialog. Was it this dialog? Yeah, so this is exactly what we want. I'm just going to go to usage and just copy the dialog. And let's go to the detailed page and let's on top here add the dialog. And then down here we can just say copy this and then let's bring it to where we have the payments. So on this button, just like this, I'm just going to copy this button, add it where we have this open, and then we can just go ahead and say as child. And then if we just right now go ahead and click, we should be able to open a dialog. We can refresh. So you can see this here. So I'm just going to go ahead and get the form and add it here. So you could just use the form in let me see the form. Okay, we can just like add the form with not the client, but the one we just created. I don't know was called the what. We can just like add the brand form. I think it has like very few things here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this form. I believe what I think we should just create a component for that. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a component which is going to be a new form called the payment form. So payment form .tsx. Okay. So you could just like go ahead and let's go and copy everything we need from here. So you can just go to the detailed page and to where we have all these. So inside this, okay, where we have this, I'm just going to go ahead and cut this and let's go and take it to payment form. And inside this, we can paste that. Uh, so we can also just go ahead and bring in this on top here. Okay. So the only thing we just need is now to get this and link it by direct to, you can first get this, a few things, and let's go back to the project detailed page and here on top, and let's go ahead and add the payment form. So just like that, if now we go ahead and we click, we should just have the exact same experience. Okay, good. So let's go ahead inside the payment form. Let's go ahead and just bring in this form from the brand. So I'm just going to go ahead and get these things in the brand form. Okay, this one is different. I need the one where we can actually create. So I might just need to create the to use like the category form. So let me just go to this category form. Okay, let me first copy this return statement. So we don't need a return statement. We basically need the form itself. So I'm just going to copy this form, go back to the payment form, and where we have this. So you can just go ahead and paste everything there. So in that case, I might not need this, the header. Let's go ahead and get the rest of the things, this function, and the rest of the things here, including the use form. So we can just like paste them here. So what is also interesting that we are going to put here some, so let me just import this, and for its sake I'm just going to create the payment props. Let's go back to the schema and get this. We have the amount, tax, date, invoice, method, project ID. So I'm just going to add project ID, use ID, and the client ID for these ones. And I'm just going to go to the types and let's create another type here. Export type. This is payment props, and you can just go ahead and create an object. I'm just going to go ahead first give all these ones a string, and let's change amount to number plus tax to number, and then this one to date. I'm not so sure if it should be a string or date. This was leave it as a string. Invoice number. So invoice number, I don't know if it also should be okay, yes, so let it be a number. Did we actually say it is a number in the schema? It is a string which is actually unique. So you can just like say this is a string. Okay, so I'm just going to use these payment props in the payment form. So you can first bring it here. Okay, for now, here's leave this. There is no much routing. There is no any image. Okay, can I bring in the state? Okay, there is generate Slack. We are going to have generate the invoice number. There will be not much editing, I believe. For the payments, I'm just going to only leave the one process of create. So I'm just going to get this and replace it with this if statement. Okay, so at this point, we just need to create a function or a server action that is going to create a server action that is going to create the payment, and we're about to finish. Let me just go here and create payments. I can duplicate categories and just create payments. And this is going to create payment. Data is going to be of payment props. There is no slug. We're not going to check anything unique here. So I'm just going to remove this. And you could just say it is equal to payment. And then we just put the data. This is going to be payment. And then we can return payment. For these ones is going to be, I think, project. What should be updated? We can first go ahead and remove this bad thing here. So we need the one for creating the payments, and maybe the one to get the payments. Okay, we shall have the one for getting payments, another one for getting invoices. Okay, so let's go and see. So create payment is done. If we go back here, we should be able to have create payment. Let's bring also toast. We don't need to route anywhere. So we need to have a function to generate the invoice numbers. You can see here the invoice number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we can just like choose to have the 7. Okay, create a TypeScript function that creates generates invoice number of 7 numbers. We could just like create and we can just create like one to just like numbers. Okay, so just like get the nines here. Okay, great. So you can just go here and put it in this here, generate invoice number.ts, and just go ahead and export this. So this returns it as a number. That's good. So you can just generate invoice and just come back here, and we're just going to come here and we say data dot, so invoice number is going to be generate invoice number, just like this. And so other things should just come from, you might not need this. So let's go ahead and pass in some data here. We need to have some data that is going to come in from here, and that is, first of all, we need the project ID. So we could just like say project ID, the user ID, and then the client ID. Those are very important parameters, and they just actually go and get first get all of them here so that we can check very well. So these are all the things we want. This will come from the table, the form, and this three. So it's auto-generated, and even this one will also just come from the form. So these three have to come from here: project ID, user ID, and client ID. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and comment out this. So let's go ahead and just give these. Let's copy them and again pass them here. This is going to be a string, and even this one is a string. Okay, and right away we can just go ahead and add them here. Data dot user ID is equal to user ID. Okay, data dot client ID is equal to client ID, and then we have data dot ID is equal to project ID, just like that. So we have added these three. Now others are going to come from the form. So in the form we need these four things here. In the form we need these four things here. We need to get the card details here. I can just go to the category form. So on top here, you could just get this card details, and let's go ahead and add them here. Okay. We're not going to need the head. Okay, just add this, add the payment, maybe add payment we could just remove this here, and let's go ahead and we can add a margin top of 4. Let's get a text input. There will be no need of this text area. Um, According to how we created our invoice, okay, image not defined payment form. We don't need this image thing. So here I'm just going to go ahead and remove this part, and then let's import this footer. There is no need of the editing ID. I think that's why we need like a button here. So I'm just going to remove this. We'll just put the button. We suggest simply put the submit button. So just import the submit button. And here just going to have the create payment. Okay. Okay, let's just go here, add payment. Okay, so far this is how this looks like. We can first go ahead and remove these things here. Okay. I think we will need just like a header here instead of putting it inside here. Depending, we shall see. Let's just go ahead and design this to look good. First of all, let's go here in the form. So I think I need to first of all remove this, and so that it occupies the whole entire space. And I'm also going to remove this, actually, not the trigger, but this card header here. I'm just going to add outside. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is we need to have a title somewhere. So if you just look into the dialog here where we have this one, you can see there is outside these two things. We can just go ahead and get the dialog header just like this. Inside the content, there is a dialog header. So here before we can have a header which says we can just add profile, add payment, sorry. And then you can just go on these inputs. The first one just going to have is the the payment. So this payment, we're just going to be giving them, I think, like sort of a title. Like you say, whichever description you give this payment title, you describe what the client is paying. Of course, is paying for the project, but you can just say like fast installment or fast payment. You can just like write anything here. Um, so you can just say here this payment title, and this is, did we actually put this in the schema? I don't think so. So you have the amount and this. We need to give to describe this payment somehow. I'm just going to put a payment title or something. So title here is going to be a string. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and push this. Just going to go and push this, and we can first add it in the props where we have the date here. We can have the title, and therefore this title qualifies now. So let's go ahead and add other things. Now, if you look at it, yeah. Now let's just add the payment. So we can just like add another grid now. Just like this. And let's add two things here in this grid. We can add the amount, the paid amount. And this is amount. And then the date, the payment date. And this can just be like the date. And this one is going to take as type here. Just going to take a date. Now I'm just going to give it a default value for this one actually. So for the date, yes, a default values, and I'm just going to have, for instance, date, and the date is going to have, maybe we just could say new date. Not so sure. Type date isn't assignable, so let's try giving this type date. Okay. And I think it is okay right now. So this one, since we gave them, we can just say grid equals 2 and with a gap. Let's add payment. Why is the form not updating? Oh, okay. Let's just wait for a little bit. Okay, so you can just add payment and you can see it has this. I don't know why this is not showing. We could just give a default date of today. What does this bring or console? Can I just say this? Let me just go console.log date. Okay, I believe this is on the server side, the client side. So just go to the console, look at the date. Okay, so this is looking like this. How about with date dot. You know, how do I from this manipulate and get the so you could first convert into the ISO string, and then we say then we say get normal date of like you pass in this. This one gives you an ISO string. Hmm. Oh, I think there is a convert ISO date. Can I say now? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the one we want. We could just like do that. Can I just pass in this whole entire thing here? Just like this, and I'm just going to get this, and let's pass it as a default value here. Okay, so this one returns a string right now, right? Okay. Uh, so this is now the point. I turn back this into a string. Okay. And if I just go back here, I need to refresh. I need to see this having the today's date. Yeah, so you can see it's having the today's date. Nice. So you can still change this, but by default we are just setting it to day's date and then the amount. Okay, next is we have thing here. So we have the amount, date, title, invoice. So we have two things now to add: the tax and the payment method. Tax and the payment method, they're the two things that are remaining. So I'm just going to put them also in the same thing here. So before I do this one should actually be on LG. So it should just be like grid core one, just like this. So that on a small screen, we can just have them as a single column. So the same thing here, we're just going to have the tax. So we have the tax amount, and we could just give all these ones a type of also of number, and this one is actual tax. And then this one is going to be the payment method, and this one is, I don't know if it is called method. The type, this one we can just leave it as string, and the name is going to be method. I don't know if we just put method. We can first go ahead actually first see into this. It is called method. Okay, so this method, so you can see on a small screen this turns into like this. Mm, I don't know if we could just also make them they still be two grids. Let me see. If I add two here and also add two here, just first see. I want to see how bad this gets. Let's first see on the actual phone. And the payment. Yeah, this looks good. So can you just like leave it actually like that? So just going to leave it like that. Okay, so amount, we just like putting the tax. So even the amount, I'm just going to add it as type of, give it type of number. So type of number. Okay. I think that are the five things we need to get from the form. Okay, and so I'm just going to make sure this button actually is inside here. Oh, I don't think this, more especially this grid was necessary. Actually, I don't think it was necessary. So we can just like remove it. Yeah. So instead, we just wrap this in some padding Y of maybe 3. Yeah. Okay. Let's just go ahead and see if we can manipulate this data and then we get it to be saved. So data dot amount has to be equal to number of data dot amount. Similarly, this is going to be done to data dot tax, and this is going to be equal number of data dot tax. And finally, we have the date. So the date has also to be converted. Okay. So payment method tax. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and say that dot date is going to be equal to convert to ISO and then takes in data dot date. Okay, just like this. And then we get all this data. We're just going to go ahead and pass it in uh, this, and we are saving it here. Successfully created. We are not going anywhere. Let's go and try it. Give it a try. Payment. Just going to create first installment. So you can just first look at. We could just even add here some details about the project. For instance, since let me just go get the description, and we can pull some information below this. The title could just have the description. So here we could just say uh, the the project the project remaining amount is. I'm just going to add a span here, and I'm just going to put the amount, let's say 5,000. Some amount we just have to indicate here dot this is to guide you on to know how much is being owed. And so I'm just going to go here. We could also pass in this payment form the remaining amount. I don't know if this is going to be a string or number. I'm not so sure. Okay, I'm just going to go back to where we are coding this, which is project detail page. You can just like pass here this, and this is going to be project data dot the remaining amount. We need to maybe see how we calculated that. I'm just going to pass in all these other details. Project ID is going to be equal to project data dot ID. Use ID is going to be project data dot use ID. So we have also the use ID, and then the client is actually project data dot client ID actually. And then the remaining amount and how did we get the remaining amount? Sorry. Okay, we were just getting this one. The remaining amount will be calculated. For now, I'm just going to actually pass in 0. So it have to be the budget plus all the payments. We could first actually get we have the payments. We could just come here and calculate this on top here even. So after getting this, we could just say const remaining amount is going to equal to. So first of all, you have to first to know the paid amount. So paid amount is we're going to get project data dot payments, and we can just do reduce, and then on this we're just going to have a cumulative and the item, and then we can return starting here 0. So we're just going to go ahead and return a cumulative plus item dot amount. Okay, so this one would give us the paid amount. The total amount was paid, and then we can just say const the balance amount or the remaining amount is equal to the project data to budget. So we can just get the budget minus the paid amount. Okay, so this is possibly now. So you can just like say here remaining if project data dot budget. Okay, if that is true, so we just say if this is true, then we just say this is going to equal this. Else is going to be let's say 0 for now. I don't know how the calculation is going to be here, but we can just get the remaining amount. Now we can just like pass this into this. Okay, so in the form we can just come here and we say the remaining amount is equal to the remaining amount, and we could just say this to local string, just like this. Okay, if we just go back to create, you can see that is 14,000. And one thing that we actually, the unit of measurement for money, uh, you're just going to agree, or it's going to be in dollars. So just going to be doing dollars. So here, just going to put even dollar. And seems like here we have, is this the padding here? Okay, so at least that is so clear. So just say add a payment. Just going to try to add a payment. Just going to say this first installment. First installment. Paid maybe out of 14,000. Let's just say 4,000. Tax 0. Payment method. Just say remitly. Okay. Remitly. Okay. Just go ahead and try to create a payment. Okay. You can see a payment has been registered of 4,000, and this is the date. I think we're just going to add one thing here so that it has a date and the title. So if you just go back to the detail form, project detail, so where we have the payments, we have the date and the amount. I'm just going to add in between here a p tag. Can we just add the payment dot title? Okay, we can first go here and let's look at the payment data. So we could just go ahead in the types. It's where we have the payment data somewhere. Okay, payment data, it has a payment, and the payment is actually here, and it has the date, method, and all that. So we can just like re-input the data. So now if we just come back now inside the detailed page, we can actually have access to the data. Okay, so if we just do this, let's see, yeah, first installment of 4,000, and the date is going to be, I think we can put the date last. Yes, we can just like leave the date like this. Okay, and then now we can just create the invoice. From this payment we can actually create the invoice. So either um we need to we could just like put actually just a button of view invoice. Let's see. So while we have this badge, we can create another badge actually. And here I'm just going to add actually a button variant. I'm just going to say small. And this one is going to be like view. So I don't know if I should make this to be a link or not. Because now like you can just click on this and takes you somewhere. And we could just make this a ghost. The variant, just say ghost or link. Just first see link. Okay, it just remains. I don't want to give it any background. Okay. Uh, View invoice or something. I don't know if it is necessary to add this whole word. No, it's not. This information is too much. We could just go to invoices. Yeah. So let's just remove all this actually so that we leave that to the invoices. This one is just actually very clear. Like actually the purpose why I added payment in the first place was very clear of when this payment was actually made. So this is we're going to put two values here. They want to show you these and some other details. Okay. Um, but this just work on I think this work on the easy one, which is this. Just going to have the total, the budget, then the paid amount and the remaining amount. Okay. So where we have okay, so we have here the budget. So you can just go inside this card here where we have this dollar. So within this card, down we have the timeline. Okay, this is some other different card. So within this one, I'm just going to cut this and let's add flex the items center, and we can just add this. So this shouldn't change anything basically. Yeah. But we can just go ahead and register another thing here. Okay. You can just say total paid amount. If we just say total paid, and this one is going to be actually the paid amount. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So we can just go ahead and just use justify between. Okay. So Total budget is 14,000. Total paid is 4,000. So that is very nice. I don't know if there is a need for us to add, for instance, a border bottom. Okay. And then on the timeline, I'm just going to do the same thing, start date and the end date. So down here we have the start date. Timeline, we have the start date and the end date. So these two, I'm just going to add them in a flex. So just add them in a flex. The items center dot justify between, and just add them like this. Let's see. Okay, and then below this we can also add a border. So here we have the remaining time. So we kind of have we have like timeline here. We use the start date and end date. So within this div here, we can just go here and say border bottom, padding bottom of 3. Okay, that one creates a nice thing. And then now these invites. Just going to finish those ones later, but at least we have these uh, and these okay, these are icons. I don't know if we can just like make them better. Okay, so the payments, you can't add the second payment. You just add a payment of also 2,000. So let's say add a payment of $2,000. Okay, this one, second installment. This is 2,000. The date, they just add a date of maybe tomorrow. Tax of 0 and payment date. And now like I think on the amount you're supposed to add tax, I believe. I'm just going to do this. Okay. So let's just like actually try with tax. We can just go back to I'm just going to go back to the payment form. So we actually have tax, but we're not actually doing anything with it here. So the amount supposed to add actually isn't supposed to be, this one is going to be like maybe subtotal. Oh, wait. We could just call this like subtotal const, and then we could just say const amount data dot amount. Actually, data dot amount is equal to subtotal plus the data.tax at this point. Okay. Uh, we just need to add these two here. They create the amount. So I'm just going to go ahead and say I paid 2,000 and then tax of 100. We just want to see how much is going to be registered. Second installment, create. Okay, so the second installment, you can see we paid 2,100. Let's just go up here. We see if this math is computed. So you could see that here we had already paid 4,000. Now we have this one. Okay, so this is good. The computation is really, really nice. Okay. Okay. So I think that is nice. Okay. And then there's the remaining days they are not working. We are not going to subtract. That will be maybe subtracting these days every day or something. I don't know. But these days have to keep on changing. Like a day, this has to be keep on changing. We're just going to look for how this is going to be changing. Okay. The Let's go ahead and look at the invoices. So first of all, let's go ahead and see the data of the invoice. Now the problem actually when you're getting the payments, you're not supposed to get payments the way we are getting them. Oh, actually, these ones actually come from the the data object. So this one is okay. They are coming from the data object. Now let's go ahead and look at the invoices. So for us, what we want actually is generating the invoice from the payments. Like for each of these ones should actually have an invoice. Okay. Mm, so basically, when you all the information we need is on the payments. So I could create something like on this project detailed page. I create something, we could just create something like, we could create something like, we have the slug. In other words, we could just like, we have the ID of the project. We could just now get invoices by ID, by project ID. So that's what we're going to do. I will just go back here to payments and where we have these payments. Just going to turn this into invoices by ID, get project invoices, get project invoices. So you have to pass in the project ID, which is going to be a string. Okay. This is going to be a string. Basically, we could actually just create a page, the invoice page, like when you just like list them here. When you just go ahead and list here, you're just going to be having like the first installment and then like view invoice button. Okay, we're just going to have like view invoice here, and then we have the button. That's the most, I think, important thing. I'm just going to go back to project detail. We might just need to create another page of invoices, or invoice page, actually, like invoice detailed page. Or we could just like have this. We could just have this viewed as either a pop-up or a modal something. Okay, let's first do this. So where we have the invoices. So I'm just going to go here, project data dot payments. So this is going to be payments, actually, even here payments. But you can just leave this one as an invoice. There is an ID. So the invoice ID is invoice number actually is there. We just need to add it to the types. So I'm just going to go on the types where we have the payment actually. Let's go ahead and add this, which is a string. I'm just going to go back. So invoice number is there now. And then there is invoice dot date. Okay. And the amount. And then the view. Let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so yeah, we can push for the invoice number. Can we put the hash here? Okay, I'm just going to go here and I'm just going to add this view. So I don't know if we could either create a good model that's going to show this invoice instead of creating a whole new page that actually is not required. So I will go back still inside. I will go back to this side. Now this time I need to create either a sheet. Can we just have this? Not a sheet this time, the drawer. So I just need a drawer. Let's first see the drawer. Yeah, I think the drawer can serve this, the purpose of this. So the can it open from other? Okay, we want a drawer. A responsive dialog. This one has a dialog component on a desktop and a drawer on. Oh, Okay, so the desktop it shows this, and then on the mobile, that this becomes it becomes a draw. Okay, I don't know if that is just like what I want. I don't know if that is what I want. I don't know how do you even combine them? I'm not so sure how they combine this. Okay. At that point, I'm really stuck. I don't know if I should just like create the view button or even a page. Okay. On the other hand, we could just like still actually create. I'm just going to create a page for this because we might just actually to view other invoices from another place. So I'm just going to go. It will be like project management, this, and then stroke invoices, then ID of that invoice. So you can just like go ahead and in this, so we have the project here slug. So within this slug, actually you can create a new folder and you can just call it invoice. Not inside the slug actually. We could just create it inside the project just, and you can just say invoices or invoice actually invoice, and then like page the tsx. But before that we just need the invoice id, so we'll just go here and get the invoice. And that ID will be not the invoice ID, but it will be actually the project ID. So we're just going to add uh, project ID. So if I can just say project ID and then page the TSX, we're just going to say RFC. Okay, and then we can just like bring this invoice we have here, the HTML one. I'm just going to copy all this. Oh, we have some other variations. I think it is the same thing. I'm just going to end modal. So I'm just going to copy this. Actually, there is a copy button. Okay. So inside here, just going to paste this. Let's start by removing this HTML things. Okay. Okay, so we have this button. I guess it is for opening a model. So you can just like remove this here. And now I'm just going to go ahead and replace wherever you have class, Control F, Control H. Just going to replace it with class name. And this is going to be wherever we have this, replace it with class name. Okay, we can just remove these type index row. So we need to get the thing here where it is located. Figure this. I'm also sure where does this start from. Right, let's go ahead and visit this page. So we can first link it to our project detail page. So in the project detail page, we're just going to go ahead to where we have the invoices. And then inside here, we're just going to actually add a link. I'm just going to say as a child. And then in the link, let's add href. It's going to be to project. So we just need to link to this place. So as project invoice. And then we can put the invoice, the project ID. The project ID, I think that one will fetch the invoices. Instead, we're just going to pass the ID of the invoice, which is actually the payment ID. So just going to say invoice the ID. So this one is just going to pass in the ID of that invoice. Okay. This one now changes from the project ID. So just change this to, we could just like change it to ID. Okay. So let's go ahead and click this. Want to see how this looks like. So let's click. Project invoice, that. Okay, let's go to that page. It is not showing because of this. I don't know where this whole invoice starts from. Let's go ahead and look at the original one. What does it look like? I think it's just from the figure. So where we have this, I think this is like an SVG. this one. Oh, okay, then there is this which is in this background. So let me first remove it from this. I'm just going to keep on abstracting it until we reach on it. Okay, this is how this looks like. Okay, great. Just go ahead and give it a max width. So you can just come here and give it a max width. So you could just start with max width of maybe 5xa mx auto. Okay, just continue. We'll reduce this to a max width of 4. And let's go ahead and also add a padding of 8. And let's reduce this to 3x. Okay, I think this looks good. We can just go ahead and remove this X icon. So what I want is, let's first see how this looks like. I don't know if it is like the actual size or this is much bigger. We can also just continue, make this 2x. Yeah, I think this is just the perfect size of the invoice. Okay, so now we need to fetch the details and actually put them onto this onto this page. So the fact that we have this on this page, we can start by getting the params. So just get the params, and then just like params, they have the ID you passed in, and then params ID of string. Okay, and then here we can just like say const so we can just like invoice details is equal to await gate. So you could just now get payment by ID. So you can first go and see if we can create that. So you can just say get we're not using this one, but we can just say get payment. Or you could just say get invoice. Get invoice by ID. So the one you pass in here is going to be the payment ID, and then you can just go ahead and get the payment. So this can be the payment. and this is going to be equal db.payment, and then you not find many but actually find unique, and then here we pass where id. So where id is, so this could be just like id, so that we just simply passing this id like this. So you would get all these details. Now we want to actually populate with some other client details into this one. So we would also use this, we would first get the payment, and after getting the payment, we could just say const client is equal to, so on the client specifically, we might just need some things. Okay, it is going to be await db dot user dot find unique actually. Okay, and this is not a must, I think, because they this payment dot but there's no any payment without a client, so you can see just do this, and they say where client where id is equal to client, and the client id is actually payment dot client id. Now you could actually first also say if there is no payment, if there is no payment, then we could just like really return null at that point. And then here we could just say also we could also pass in the role to be on a safer side, where role is client. We are very sure the person we are getting here is a client, and we could also pass in select, and then we can just select, for instance, the things we want actually on this invoice. So we want, for instance, we're just going to put something to, okay, we want the client name. Okay, so I'm just going to say name true, email true. Okay, now we could just actually just get this from the project, but let me get them from the project. That is where we actually got this here for the client. So the selection is all this. So you can just add a selection like this. So you can just get all the necessary details like the name, image, and everything, just in case if we need them. So we have this, the client. Now we could also get for the user. So there is a client and also the user. So we could just also get the user, and this is going to be the same thing, find first or find unique. So this is going to be where is a user, and this is going to be a user ID, and these the same things they have. Okay, now we're just going to return for sure we don't need to put all this information. For instance, we do not need the ID of this person. We need just only the name. We might not also need this here. We just need the phone number and the email. We might actually not need the image. the country and location and the role. We can just like leave the company name. So these are the ones we're just going to go with to simplify actually the types. Instead of having like all that information that we're just not going to use, instead we'll just use this. Okay, so we have the user and then we have also the payment. So what I can just do is I'm just going to return an object. So here, instead of returning payment, we're just going to return now a more granular information. Okay, so I'm just going to return is, okay, I'm just going to return invoice, which is going to be equal to the payment, and just going to return also the user and then also the client, just like this. Okay. So this is the return we just get by get invoice by ID. Just going to pass this, and then I go back here. I will say await, and then paste this, and then we can pass in the ID here. And just in case there is no ID, okay, we can just go ahead and return the not found. Okay, just like this, if there is no ID. And then this one, get invoice, and first get this, and also let's make this async. Okay, so we have the invoice details, which are just like this, as you can see here. So we need to populate some of these details. So we might just need like the logo. So I'm just going to go and populate the logo. Go back to this one. So most especially on the user side, you can just go ahead for both maybe of them. You can just go ahead and just say user logo, and then you say this true. Okay. Going back to the page, we can start by adding this logo. So there is this button with a cross. We don't need this, I believe. Then this is the curved figure, I believe also. And then now this one must be what the logo must sit. I'm just going to go ahead and comment this, and I see if that one takes off the logo actually. So you can see text of the logo. So if I just come here and I add an image, and then I'm just going to say here invoice details dot user dot user logo. And if this is not there, then you can add the placeholder. So you can say placeholder dot svg. We can just give this a class name, and the same class name that goes onto this here. This had size 62 pixels. I don't know if what size is all about. What is size? Oh, width and height. You can define width and height just using size. I didn't know that. So if we do that, let's see. Okay, that's good. Then let's give it all these details. Okay. Maybe it has to use position and so other many things. Yeah, so you can see here the your logo will be there, and then the invoice from. Now we're just going to need to organize something here to look more elegant and nice. So I'm just going to put these two things from this side. Now the invoice number, I don't know where to add that. I'm just going to simply go down here where we have this div. So this div, we're just going to actually have it in a flex dot item center. Okay, we have item center dot justify between, and let's start by putting this one. We'll add another one on the other side. Let's see how this one looks like. Yeah, side by side. And this is going to be from here from, and then the details. Okay, this is from, and then the to. This is beer to, and then we have this beer from, or invoice from the. So just going to add the details, some of the details for these two people here. So you could just go ahead and before you make this one text center, just going to remove this. So we might just need a name, email. So here we might just need the name. So they just add user. Okay, just going to be invoice details dot user dot name, and then here we're just going to say invoice details dot user dot email. So we might just like on the invoice indicate actually the name and email only. You don't need to indicate a lot of things. Okay, and then bill two, then we can just like here going to add the just going to add maybe the invoice date and then bill two. So we have bill two, just going to have the same these two, copy them, I'm just going to add them here. So this is going to be client, and then this is going to be client. Okay, so you can see here, and let's also remove this text center. We could put actual text to right if we wanted, but let's just make it like this. I think this is much better. Okay, so we have the bill from, and that. So down here, we can just like have the invoice date and then the invoice number. So I'm just going to add a padding top to this one. Here's a padding top of maybe 3. And the invoice number here, we can just add it, which is going to be invoice details dot invoice dot invoice number. And then here we just have the date. So we could just have this, and we could just say we could just call get normal date, and then we could pass in the invoice, which is like invoice details dot invoice, then dot the date. So argument type date one is not assignable type date. So we could just come here and we say that so we could just say new date. Okay. So this invoice date, invoice date, you can just add this. And this one also have the padding top. I don't know if we, this one gave it padding top of 3 also, I guess. And I think for them we could just, for instance, this here. I could just say font medium. And then for this, we could just expand the text. Okay. Just like this, and also here the invoice date. We're just going to use the same thing. Okay. So let's just continue, and this looks like this. Okay, we have the invoice date. This and the invoice number was that. Then we have the amount paid down here. So we can just go amount paid here. So this is invoice details dot the amount, and you can just say post say to local string, just like this, and then the date paid for this um, we need the date that is shorter. I don't know how many functions for the date we have so far. I'm just going to use the one we used on the project detailed page. So that is where we have the date. Okay. I'm just going to copy this only and go back. And let's go ahead and add this here. So invoice details dot invoice dot date. Okay, so you can see here. But now we have this problem here. Yeah, if we just like pass like this, I'm just going to just first do something and say that if invoice if invoice details dot invoice, then we're just going to say here this invoice it is the new of this one. So just going to do this. It's going to be new date of this. Okay. I'm just going to not stress, just copy whatever we have here for the date for now, and we go with that. Okay. The payment method, let's see, payment method, instead of adding this, just going to add invoice details dot invoice dot method. And then we have the summary now. We have the summary, payment to front. We could even attach proof if like we wanted, but this would be an agreement. Payment front. So here, I'm just going to add like first installment or whatever the name I had named it. At this point, now I'm confused because the tax is now separate. Oh, actually, we can still put it. We can just say that. We can just say invoice details dot invoice dot title, and this one is going to be invoice details dot invoice dot amount. So just get amount, but then we're just going to subtract. So you say subtract, and we're just going to subtract invoice details dot invoice dot tax. So I would subtract this, and they're saying invoice dot detail dot amount is possibly undefined. So because to do the subtraction, one of these must be a number. We can do this also because we are very sure these are there. So here it's going to give a 2,000, and then here tax fee. So here we just have invoice details dot invoice dot tax, and the total is the amount. So still we have invoice dot invoice dot amount. So this is the one that the total amount paid. Okay, very nice. And we can just like add for all these ones, we can add to local string, add the commas. This one adds the commas. Whichever math we get out of this. And this, can I do this? Okay, so we can just like have the commas in the amounts just like this. And then if you have any questions, please contact us at, so these ones down We have these contact details. So the email is going to be invoice details dot user dot email. And then for the phone number, similarly, is going to be invoice details dot user dot phone. So for the icons, we can actually replace them with actual icons. There is a print icon. If you go to Lucid, there is an icon for print, which is actually printer. So you can just go ahead and we add the printer icon and let's give it this. Then we can just go ahead and remove this. Then for the PDF, we have the download. So I'm just going to say cloud download. So here I'm just going to create another icon for cloud download. And we can just give it the same class name. Just copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, we can just go here and this is how this looks like. So at the end of the day, we have it looking really nice. For this, the contact, right now they don't have. We have, if you have, please contact us at this or call us. So this is mail to, so you can just say mail to, and then you can just go ahead and put this mail here. Could just add something like that. And for the call, it is okay. We can just also dynamically add this. Okay, so great. So we have, you can send a mail to or just call this one. So which is nice. So far the invoice looks really brief and really straight to the point. Now the only thing you have to add is the download in. Could you say add the download button or the send button? I think this should just represent both of them. For the one has to be for the sending as an email to this client. For now, I'm just going to first leave it at that point. Let's go back. So how do we go back? I wish I left this close button. Would we actually close out from this? You just say backed project maybe. So I'm just going to go to project, and one thing you can just say copy on top here is actually backed project. So this actually uh, I'm just going to change this also into a link. So I'm just going to call it a link like this. href. So this one's going to go to dashboard projects. The spelling of dashboard projects. I'm just going to copy this. First of all, also add as child. I'm not sure how this one looks like. So let's just go to back here. Mm, okay. So just copy this button and let's go to so we can just go on top here and we can just like add this button. Let's go here, invoices, and let's see the one of 4,000. Okay, so we have back to project, I think. Okay, so this is nice. Okay, back to project. This one is supposed to say back to. Now, this we could just like take it since we don't have actually, we don't have, we could just use the back because we don't have the slug for the project. We have only the project ID. So for that case, we're just going to change this and we just give it on a click, and the on click is going to be, oh, we cannot add on click actually, since this is the server, unless we just put it, we take it somewhere. We have to use a link. So so basically what we can do if we wanted the easy way you can just do this is I could attach this to so I'm just going to go to the project detail. I'm just going to attach this here. You scroll down here where we have this link here. I'm just going to attach some things. So for instance, you can just attach project equal to, and I'm just going to say dollar, and it is project data dot slug. Okay, so just going to attach the slug. So the next time we actually visit this page, let's first add the flex on this. To just look nice. Okay. So if we just go back to here, now if you just go to invoices and go back to this, we're just going to have the same thing, but now we have the project management attached on it. So meaning that now on this page, I can get the slug. And if you don't know how to get the slug like me, is simply go to the Next.js docs and then just search for params, and then you just go scroll down until you reach on page params. So this is like how you put the types. So you pass this and then you can define the types like this. So just going to say here search params. Then here we have the search params, and then we can just come here, we get the search params. So could you say const project project is, so here say project is equal to search params. So after getting that search param, then we can just use it in the link here. So we're just going to have slash project and then slash dollar slash project. Okay, just like that. So now if we just now hover now, let's see, refresh. If I just hover, you can see this text to the project. Let's just see. Yeah. Going back one more time. Uh, so I feel like these two buttons, I'm just going to put them there with this back button so that when we just print this, it doesn't actually have the buttons themselves. So I can go ahead and look for this, the buttons. Just do the buttons. So I'm just going to copy these buttons, cut, and I'm just going to take them on top here where we have this back button. So inside here, I will just like do this. And then let's go here and put this in flex to justify between the items center, just like this. And if you just like see, something is not right, let's see, it is because of this margin top. Okay, so you can see we have this, still we have some simple problem. First of all, I'm just going to put this flex, and let's give them a padding y of 3. Push them a little bit off the edge. And now we can just go ahead and these are not supposed to be links, supposed to be actual buttons. So inside here, you can just go ahead and make this a actual button. Then you can remove the href similarly to this other one. And you can remove this. So one is going to be for printing, another one is going to be for sending. So you can just say here, you can just say send to client, and then here you're just going to have the mail. Okay. So you have these two stuff here. I think those ones are going to implement them in another episode, but this is so far so good. And the client also is going to be able to reach here where you can actually do this. Maybe we might just like leave only this because the client should be able to reach and he sees this. Okay. So also we might just like send like whoever is logged in here, just going to see what to do with this send button. But for now, just going to go back to the project here, and so far so good. I'm liking how this is coming along with generating all these things. So I think we're not going to be able to add the comments and the project modules. We're just going to put them in the next episode. So thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.